Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, July 28th, 2021 Special Board of Education meeting. At this time, I would like to call the meeting to order and I would ask for a roll call.
Mrs. Stufen,
Present.
Mr. Collins,
Here.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Present.
Mrs. Hostler,
Here.
Mrs. Troutman here, Mrs. Caforio.
Here. We have 6 board members present, 1 absent. At this time, I would like to ask for a motion to go into closed session.
I move that the Board of Education move into the closed session for the purposes of the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 120-2C1. Collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. 5 ILCS 122C2. Security procedures, school building safety and security, and the use of personnel and equipment to respond to an actual, a threatened, or a reasonably potential danger to the safety of employees, students, staff, the public, or public body. 5 ILCS 122C8. Litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent. 5 ILCS 122C11.
I second the motion.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Stufen. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes?
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
and Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent. Motion passes. The board will be going into closed session. Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, July 28th, 2021 Special Board of Education meeting. The board has been in closed session since 6 o'clock for items listed on the agenda. We have 6 board members present and 1 absent this evening. Governor Pritzker moved Illinois into Phase 5 related to the COVID-19 pandemic for all Illinois counties. In accordance with board policy 2.230, members of the public may provide a public comment at the meeting. The public will be allocated up to 3 minutes per speaker. The board president has set 60 minutes as the length of time for the public comment section of this meeting. The board meetings continue to be live streamed for viewing on the district's website. Electronic public viewing can be found at Board Docs by clicking on the video button. So at this time, I would ask that we stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so tonight, the first item on our agenda is public comments. Before we begin, I just want to say thank you to all of you who have shown up. This is a business meeting of the board with a very important topic that is held in public. I want to acknowledge that we've received a significant number of emails from various points of view. We have all read those. I understand it, at this point you've not gotten a response, but I want to acknowledge that we have received those and read them. We have a tough conversation ahead tonight as a board, but also as a community in how do we move forward for our students. This is about our students. Everyone, teachers, staff, families, students, board members, and the rest of the community are impacted by our decisions. And the 7 of us, 6 here tonight, do not take that lightly. We carry the weight of these decisions and understand how important these things are regarding health and safety, regarding education, and just because ultimately it's about kids. And that's what we all value. So we're going to move forward together as we move through public comment. We welcome, as a board, public comment and appreciate that you've taken the time to present at the meeting. And we welcome your comments, but it is our practice that while we listen, we do not provide a response or engage in discussion at this time. We ask you to be respectful and courteous as you present the content of your public comment. You are allowed up to 3 minutes, but do not have to take 3 minutes. In order for the board to hear public comment and conduct the business of the board, the following process will be maintained. Please provide your first and last name when you come to the podium. Up to 3 minutes has been allotted for each person, and we ask that you stick to that time to be respectful for the many others who would like to speak as well. A timekeeper, the board secretary, will let you know when there's 30 seconds left, and we ask that you wrap up your comment. And at the end of the time period, we will call the next person. So, and actually, I think because we have quite a few tonight, we'll call 2, like you call the first one and then the one to wait, and then we'll be able to get through a few more. So at this time, I would ask that the first speaker be called up to the podium. Dr. Grenz, can you make sure the microphone's on, please? Okay.
The first speaker is Mandy Pachowski. The next speaker will be Iona Fernandez.
I'm going to take this down since I'm at a distance here. Good evening. I am grateful for this opportunity to address the board and Superintendent Campbell. My name is Mandy Pachowski. I am the mother of 2 Field Elementary students and an incoming 6th grader at Sandburg. I am here this evening on behalf of my family to urge the board to mandate mask use in our schools for this fall. As you know, children 11 and under are not currently eligible for the COVID vaccine. This, coupled with the highly contagious Delta variant that is surging across this country, compels us to all do what we can to protect our children, our teachers, our support staff, and the Elmhurst community at large. It is my understanding that a return to school plan was proposed several weeks ago that addressed mask use amongst other issues. Unfortunately, the last several weeks underscores the difficulty we face in combating a global pandemic. At the beginning of July, Illinois was averaging 294 cases per day, and the average had actually dipped as low as 222 in late June. Today, we surpassed 2,000 cases in Illinois. This alarming trend includes in DuPage County. Just this week, we received the dubious distinction of being a COVID hot zone. Yesterday, the head of DuPage County Health Department expressed extraordinary concern that locally we are hitting a new wave of COVID cases. These are the factual circumstances that presently exist. These are the factual circumstances this board is compelled to consider in establishing a safe and fundamentally sound return to school plan. This board has at its disposal the objective, raw, empirical data of daily COVID cases in this state and in this particular region. That data, especially over the last 2 weeks, unequivocally establishes a recent surge in COVID infections. This board has access to nonpartisan, accredited medical opinions and guidelines to review and consider. The American Academy of Pediatrics, the Center for Disease Control, the Illinois State Board of Education, the Illinois Department of Public Health, and the World Health Organization are all recommending that everyone over the age of 2 wear masks in a school setting. Another resource for this board is input and opinions from our D205 teachers and support staff. I would implore this board to reach out to our teachers and support staff before finalizing any return to school plans. We all know that there was a very vocal and strong push to reopen D205 last school year.
30 seconds.
It was important to return our children to a live classroom setting, and we did so successfully with a mandatory mask use. The focus is no longer reopen D205, it's keep open D205 with mandatory mask use. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Behind Ms. Fernandez would be Lisa Sullivan.
Hi, my name is Joana Fernandez, and my husband Phil also co-signed this letter with me. We are writing to you on behalf of our kids. Leopoldo, he's 11, and he's going to go to Bryan, and Raffaello, 9 years old, at Jefferson. We admire all of you for your continuous work and dedication to our community. We are excited to welcome Dr. Campbell as our new superintendent, and we are here to support you and the board. We know how hard you have all worked for the last 18 months. We watched all the board meetings, and we know your work means so much more than what we see in the videos. We know you are all volunteers, and you spend a lot of time trying to make the best decisions for our school, staff, and students. And for all your efforts, thank you. We are writing to you to express our anxiety about the beginning of the new school year, especially as COVID-19 variant D is making the infection number rise dramatically everywhere. We ask that you mandate masks and other mitigations for all students in D205, much like last spring, until COVID numbers decrease and vaccinations are available for kids younger than 12. If masks are optional, even if our kids were masked at school, they could still be infected with COVID by other unmasked kids. The chances of infections decrease if all students wear masks. We know you are under a lot of pressure from parents that may be less worried about COVID. To be fair, the CDC, ISB, the American Academy of Pediatrics, as well as many other organizations, all recommend masking for all unvaccinated members of the community. Based on the new guidelines released yesterday, the CDC recommends universal indoor masking for all teachers, staff, students, and visitors to K-12 schools regardless of vaccination status. Chicago Public Schools announced last week that masks will be mandated across all Chicago schools at all grade levels. The Illinois Federation of Teachers released a statement yesterday. As a union of educators and school staff who prioritize the well-being of students, the IFT welcomes the CDC's and IDPH's newest guidance around universal masking in schools. We believe this guidance is in the best interest of students, teachers, and staff in order to keep our school buildings open. We urge you to please follow these recommendations and allow our kids to start school in a safe environment.
30 seconds.
In the same way our schools make accommodations for kids with food allergies and other health issues, we ask you to make accommodations for all our kids to keep them healthy as long as possible. We understand that attending school in person is very important for all our kids. We as a community showed last spring that wearing masks in school can be done. Our schools are amazing, and our teachers and administrators go above and beyond to provide quality education no matter what the conditions. We ask you that you do what's right for all students and staff. Please support us until they are eligible for vaccines. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker. Thank you.
Hillary Reif will be up next.
Hi, Lisa Sullivan. In an update yesterday, IDPH advised that, quote, school districts that decide not to follow CDC's guidance should consult with their insurers regarding risk assumption and liability coverage because insurers may be unwilling to cover liability created as a result of a failure to adhere to public health guidance. That warning hopefully sounded some alarm bells because if there's one thing that everyone in this room might be able to agree on, it's that insurance companies are going to look for any possible reason to deny coverage. Now, as a lawyer, I find that fascinating, but as a parent of two students who are not old enough to be vaccinated, a 6th grader entering Sandburg and a 4th grader at Hawthorne, I'm less concerned about whether the school has the resources to defend a lawsuit if COVID happens, and more concerned about ensuring that the in-person education that they receive complies with public health guidance. In response to an email that I sent to the board and to Dr. Campbell earlier this week, which I had a typo in it, and I apologize for that, Dr. Campbell assured me that the district, guided by local data, will adapt layered prevention strategies that take into account CDC and IDPH guidance. That's reassuring because CDC and IDPH recommend masks for unvaccinated students, and then to layer mask usage with the other strategies, such as appropriate distancing or COVID screening tests. For example, IDPH on its website recommends that in a county that has substantial transmission, which is where DuPage is today, a school district could choose not to screen students if there is a masking requirement in place. Dr. Campbell's answer to me was also reassuring because it's not just CDC and IDPH, but also every other credible public health agency and Association of Medical Professionals that recommends mask use for unvaccinated students. The DuPage County Health Department recommends mask use for unvaccinated students. The AAP recommends mask use for unvaccinated students. In contrast, the opponents here can cite to a hastily withdrawn paper that didn't stand up to peer review that says carbon dioxide exposure is caused by masks. That was withdrawn within a few days. All they have left is some studies they found on Twitter that suggest that masking may not be fully effective, may not be necessary.
30 seconds.
If we require masks and we later discover that they were unnecessary, then the worst consequence will be that our kids had some sweaty noses at school. If, in contrast, we allow unvaccinated students to go maskless, the stakes are exorbitantly high for the community.
Hold on,
for our
just
students.
pause for just a minute. We're not going to do that, okay? I asked for a respectful environment, and that's what we're going to do. Sorry, you
That's
can
okay.
catch
So
up.
in contrast, if we allow unvaccinated students to go maskless, the stakes are exorbitantly high, not just for our students, for our teachers, for our community, for the district's wallet. In that risk calculus, the choice is very clear. The district should require masks for unvaccinated students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next up will be Cynthia Picron. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing.
Good evening. I'm Hillary Reif. I want to start tonight by sharing an email I wrote on July 18th. I just wanted to take the time to thank the board and administration regarding the decision to move forward as vax and mask optional. The thought of having to give my children a vaccine that is still deemed experimental medically for a disease that is not dangerous to them, or being forced to have them wear a mask for 8+ hours a day, which is dangerous for our children, was horrifying. This spring, while enduring masks 8+ hours a day in school and then participating in track while also masked in 90-degree temperatures, my son came down with bacterial pneumonia and pleural effusion, which is actually fluid surrounding the lung that can cause collapse. I watched my son lose 14 pounds in 6 days. He ran fevers over 101 for 7 days straight. So I just wanted to personally thank you after going through what we endured this spring with our son. Tonight, I also wanted to share direct images of the websites for those that want to fact check. I'll leave them in the hallway, and articles that I intend to reference. The first is an article I'm sure many have seen, all or part of. It was a study done by the scientists at Florida University regarding bacterial load in masks. 50% of the masks tested had one or more pneumonia bacteria. 1/3 of the masks had bacteria, meningitis-causing bacteria, antibiotic-resistant bacterial pathogens. The article continues to go on to talk about a study from 2018 regarding Chinese surgeons and the need to rotate and take their masks off every 2 hours to get a fresh mask, given the bacterial implications. The next thing I want to show, and this is hard to see, so I've scribbled on it, this is the number of coronavirus diseases as of July 21st, 2021 in the United States. It's broken by age group. Year to date, 0 to 17-year-old, 337 deaths by COVID-19. Please note this is over a 19-month death count from January 2020 through July 21st of 2021.
30 seconds.
I then went to the CDC. You can pull this up. Every year, the flu death rates by age group. Okay? And so what I did, this is either a 12-month or an 8-month read. So in order to account for the 19-month count that we have on COVID, I've extrapolated or projected out based on a factor. If you look over the last 8 flu seasons, 6 flu seasons have been more deadly to our children than COVID-19.
3 minutes.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
400% to
What's her name?
700%
Please call the
more
next one.
deadly.
Okay,
Thank you.
call her the next one.
The next speaker is Cynthia Pacrone. After Ms. Pacrone will be John Bishop.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Pecron. My kids are at Jefferson School, and we're going to be in the district for a very long time. We have 4. My husband is a scientist, and he is at his work is relevant to national security. Some of the, so he has to go to Argonne National Labs. Some of the labs that are next to his are COVID research labs. So it was not really the year to say that my kid needed to play in-person soccer and see if we, exposed him and kind of put some of that research at risk. I think that, we've had a lot of discussion about choice, but I feel that my family, and I know that I'm not unique anecdotally, has not had the choices available that other people have had because of some of these issues. I think we all agree that in-person school is certainly very preferable. My oldest son had a hard time, and while our teachers and administrators made a really great effort, it was a total garbage year for him. I'm sure many people had that experience. At this point, not only do not feel comfortable, but it's just, I know everybody wants to be soothed about, I know there are a variety of opinions, but I made this point to Dr. Grenz yesterday. I am a very smart person. I'm very well-intentioned. I don't make decisions about the structural integrity of bridges, although my family has to use them a lot. And this is a wonderful group of people who are here to make decisions about the curriculum, the organizational health of the district, but they're just not medical experts, including the wonderful lady who just spoke. And so while I know it's very frustrating that the guidelines keep changing and it feels a little dystopian and a little sad for kids to wear masks, the community is also taking signals from the district as well. So for example, I'm now looking for a new preschool because the Catholic schools believe that they cannot be mask required if the public schools are mask optional because they are so concerned that they will not be able to stay afloat financially because so many people will leave. So I'm out of levers to pull. And as a taxpayer or community member, it feels very unfair to be put in this position. The comments kind of about, relative risk about the flu, I get my kids vaccinated for the flu. I don't have those choices. And I guess I just ask you, I think it's very important that we be mask required, not only because that's the medical advice, but because it's actually the, it's the fair thing to do. I have not sent peanut butter to school since my kids started going to daycare at 12 weeks or whatever.
30
because
seconds.
the idea of causing another child an allergic reaction or, God forbid, to die is, an act of charity. I just say, we talk about some of the sacrifices that we're making and how this is victimizing children, but I also think we need to think about it as a character building opportunity. The greatest generation was collecting scrap metal and rationing eggs at this age.
3
and they are
minutes.
the greatest generation. This is an opportunity to teach our children how to be a member of the community.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Next speaker, please.
Mr. Bischoff is next.
Hi. First, want to again welcome Dr. Campbell. It's nice to see you back in your community. Thank you, board. I know that this has been rough the past 18, 19 months. We kept our kids out of school last year until we had the older people in our family vaccinated, at which point we were given the opportunity to send them back to in-person school, fully masked. And let me just tell you, the night and day difference between, my kids did really well remotely, but in person, absolutely, night and day, much better than the remote program. And I know you guys got kind of forced into that, and you did a very good job. I'm very happy with my teachers. Sorry, my name, again, John Bischoff. I've got 2 kids at Edison and 1 in preschool. They didn't have a problem wearing masks all day. And I understand that some kids do, and I respect that and understand that people want to have a certain choice. But until I have a choice to get my kids vaccinated so that I feel comfortable with them not having, even if they do get COVID, they're not going to be the ones in the ICU. They're not going to be the ones that are going to be long haul carriers. Hopefully, if we can continue to vaccinate and prevent future variants from destroying this little bit of edge we've been getting on Corona with the vaccine. And I understand people have the choice of vaccine. People are worried about things like that, and I get it. So not everyone's going to vaccinate, and not everyone's able to vaccinate right now. But everyone can tolerate a mask for a day. And I understand people concerned about bacterial loads and things like that. You can get a big stack of those surgical masks. They're very cheap. You can replace them as often as you see fit. But then on top of that, to then make it so that children under 12 that cannot get vaccinated as of yet, we are so close to that changing. We are so close to the FDA allowing younger kids to get vaccinated. I feel like we're the wide receiver taunting the other team on the 1-yard line, getting the football slapped out of our hand right before scoring a touchdown. We are so close to be. I don't want to wear a mask. I don't think anyone wants to wear a mask. I don't like them. I don't want to wear them. I want to get to that point. I want to get to us to everyone that wants to get vaccinated can get vaccinated. And then I think people can start having that public choice again. Until
30
then,
seconds.
please follow the CDC, the American Association of Pediatric Physicians, the WHO, and the Illinois Department of Public Health. Please require mandatory masks. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Flieger, and after that, Kate Submaranian.
Good evening, John Flieger. I have, first I want to thank all of you for your time. I appreciate all the effort you've put in. Dr. Campbell, welcome. I know your jobs aren't easy, and I appreciate the opportunity to express opinions on this topic. I have 3 kids, ages 7 to 11. I have one of my kids is one of my daughters is a 2-year cancer survivor. So I feel uniquely I've been down the road of analyzing, of understanding, of protecting my child's health, and I stand here before you asking that we go back to normal. And what that means to me is optional masks, limited quarantining. That was far overbroad last year. If we take a step back and look to the beginning when this in March of 2020, when this started to happen, the goal was, or should have been, to protect the vulnerable, to protect those that needed the protection. And I believe as human beings, it's our job to do that. So who are those people? Those are, by statistics, by science, those are middle-aged adults and above, and particularly middle-aged adults and above who have pre-existing conditions. We've protected those people by getting vaccinated. This county, DuPage County, as of July 7th, is in the top 2% in the entire nation of counties of eligible adults, of eligible people 12 and above to receive vaccines. We're in the top 2%. We've done our job. We're protecting the people that need protecting. Our kids are largely unaffected by this, and we want to put on, continue with restrictions on them. This COVID, it's not going away. So the thought that we'll just do this for a couple months and then things will be better, it's here. We have to live with it, much like the flu, much like other diseases that we've had to live with.
30 seconds.
So the masks for our children are they do not serve the purpose that we think they do, especially if anybody has watched our kids wear the masks and run around in the playground and be at school. It's purely symbolic at this point. So I ask you that we go back to normal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Submarinian. After that will be Ms. Shaw.
Hi, my name is Kate Subramanian. I have 3 children in District 205 at the middle and high school levels. I was fortunate enough to work lunch and recess duty this spring at Hawthorne and saw firsthand how happy our children were to be back at school full time. I'd have to agree with the previous speaker that the masks were symbolic in nature, but I really want to thank everyone who worked so hard to make that happen. I'm also hopeful that we've learned from our mistakes. I'd like to address 2 specifically tonight. First, we must stop quarantining healthy children. Last year, District 205 quarantined 5,292 students with close contact, and only 13 of these children tested positive for COVID. That's 5,279 healthy students who should have been at school. We wasted so much precious time and energy, and these quarantines need to stop. Secondly, our middle school students were greatly underserved last year, and we cannot let that happen again. Students at Bryan and Sandburg saw significantly less time in a classroom compared to other schools in our district, and they've lost other things too. While I applaud the effort made to get high school sports up and running, our middle schoolers lost their first opportunities at school sports completely. This is a huge loss. Middle school is where so many of our best high school athletes find their love and determination for competition and camaraderie. It is also where many find their confidence and socialization at a critical age. I've seen firsthand the difference middle school extracurriculars make in our students' lives. We cannot sacrifice and deprive one of our most vulnerable age groups again. These are just 2 areas we can improve upon to build a normal school year. We can no longer hide behind guidelines and fear. Our children have sacrificed enough. Finally, I could not be happier to welcome a new superintendent. I was very encouraged by Dr. Campbell's July 13th communication saying she was ready to move forward together, and my hope is that we will. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Riley's next.
No, you're, yeah, I know.
Thought I heard it wrong the first time.
Yeah, there you go.
Hi, I'm Michelle Shaw. I have 2 students at Jackson. And I'm sorry, I'm really nervous. I don't know why. I'm just here to say that I support requiring masks for all students. I think, a lot of what I can say has already been said. You guys know it. You guys know the CDC is recommending it. You know all of these things. The opposition is saying that it causes bacterial infections. That has been completely debunked by the Reuters fact check team, Mayo Clinic, numerous other organizations. The science has shown that masks work, that masks are safe, and specifically that masks work when both parties have them on. So I can choose to send my kid in a mask, but if your kid doesn't have a mask on, my kid is way less safe. So it's not a personal choice, it's a public health issue. I'm honestly blown away that we're even here arguing over nose sweat and everyone laughs hysterically and saying that not that many children are affected. How many children is an okay number for you to die so your kid doesn't have to wear a mask to school? It blows my mind. Another thing is we're focused on, I agree, that lots of kids were in quarantine that it turned out were unnecessary. 2 things. 1, those 13 that did get sick, no one knows how many of those would have been infected if they were not in quarantine. And another thing is, if we want to minimize quarantines, wear masks. If we take masks off, the number of close contacts and the guidelines under which we have to quarantine are going to go way up. So the best way to keep people in school is to wear masks. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
On deck is Mr. Wiskow.
Hi, everyone. My name is Greg Riley. I'm a father of 3 District 205 students. I'm a clinical research professional who has worked on randomization and medication management designs of some of the first phase 2 and 3 COVID studies. From playgrounds, play dates, birthday parties, to swimming pools and many other summer activities, we have enjoyed masks as optional safety measures without any issues. I hope that in the coming school year, we will continue the same. And thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Rob Wiskow. Okay. Megan Hauergen. On deck is Stephanie Ernst.
Hi, my name is Megan Hauergen. My 4-year-old attends Madison Early Childhood. I support mask optional. She's in a class of 14 students. The adults in her room and the parents of the students can be vaccinated if they choose to be. There is a 99.997 survival rate. Healthy children are not a threat. Please allow parents the freedom to decide their own reasonable level of risk with acceptance from the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
On deck is Greg Lind.
Hi, my name's Stephanie Ernst. I have a student at Madison Early Childhood. I support max optional, parental choice, and a community of acceptance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
On deck is Sylvia Nafar.
Hello, my name's Greg Lind. I've got 2 children at York Elementary. I support mask optional and no quarantine for the healthy, and then we need to keep this at a local level. I keep hearing about the IDPH and stuff like that. They're already positioning themselves, and they're leaving out the part of the surgeon. So 2 weeks ago, Elmhurst was 0.5. We're at 2.5 today, and a 2-week average of 2.05. Yes, that's going up, but do I consider that a surge? Not really. So, again, we should be mask optional. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Lisa Rowe on deck.
Hello, My name is Sylvia Nazar, and I have 2 students at D205, and I'm here to support 3 things. Not quarantining healthy children, mask optional, and local control. And being here for a few minutes, I have 2 personal observations. I know that Elmhurst is great, but we don't live in the bubble. So if we have surrounding school districts voting to have mask optional, they went through discussions like this. They brought in experts, they brought in statistics, they brought in 2 sides to this conversation. They spent the time evaluating it. And if they see the signs for mask optional, it means a lot to me personally, because I believe that there are other people who are more informed than I am that made this decision for the children in different school districts. And I think that speaks the value to it. And my second observation is that I respect everyone's choice, but please let me make my own choice for my family. If you don't feel comfortable and you want to wear a mask and you want to protect your family that way, go ahead. But let me make my choice for my family so they can attend the school the way I feel personally that it's good for them. So they can benefit, they can learn, they can develop and make friends and still be healthy. Because based on school in our area and Catholic schools in the area, things are working out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
On deck is Dave Zurkowski.
Hi, my name is Lisa Rowe, and I have a incoming 1st grader and 2nd grader at Emerson. I'm here to express my support for D205 and our district's ability to make decisions that are best for our children. I'm going to go off script here to say that there are people in this room wearing masks and speaking. We can't really understand them in the back. And while that may seem insignificant to us as a minor inconvenience, having a kindergartner who just lost a year of education because of this situation, who does not know how to read, is way further behind than his sister who's just a year older. I have to think that that has some impact on his education and how they have suffered this year. I support masks being optional and allowing parents a choice in what is best for their children physically, mentally, and emotionally. I support removing mandated quarantines for healthy children as it results in missed educational and social opportunities for those affected. I urge our board to not continue to let our kids to carry the weight of this pandemic. Assuming we trust the science, we now have an effective vaccine widely available that has been shown to eliminate much of the risk of serious disease, hospitalization, and death resulting from COVID. We also know that children have very low risk of serious illness and long-term impacts. Furthermore, research and time, which we do have on our side, has proven the fact that children are not super spreaders. They deserve to go to school, see their teachers and their friends. They deserve to participate in sports, activities, and recess unmasked if that's what parents choose for them. It saddens me to see my friends and neighbors sending their kids to private school in Elmhurst, and we're losing people from the public school system. And I think that's a terrible result of this. So, unfortunately, we cannot eliminate all illnesses and risks in schools. Existing illnesses, including COVID, will never go away entirely. Should the board decide to require masks, I want to know very specifically what data will be used to determine when this mandate ends. Will it ever end, or will we always have a reason to continue it? I cannot support a mask mandate at this time, and I will ask you again to stop allowing our children to bear this burden. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Jean Hogan on deck.
I don't hear.
Jean Hogan is on deck.
Hi there, I'm Dave Zurkowski, Elmhurst resident since 2003. My wife and I have 4 kids who will eventually have completed the District 205 program. They're ages 31 down to 13. I appreciate the chance to speak with you this evening. And I just want to say that I am supporting the mask optional, regardless of vaccination status, for the kids at the school. I think the mental health of the 205 students has been overlooked massively since the beginning of the pandemic. I had a senior last year, prom was canceled, graduation was canceled. You know, those are things you should be able to overcome, but when you are in a kind of a weakened state as in a mental capacity, it has wreaked havoc on our home, and now we have 2 kids in anxiety and depression counseling, and we can't get a bed for one of our kids in June not because of COVID, but because of the mental health crisis. This is killing our kids. The 2-week flatten the curve is 68 weeks. If masks worked, we wouldn't be here right now. Everyone wore them. Everyone did it. It's a fallacy. I'm an very severe asthma sufferer. I had COVID in January. I was told as a kid, my parents wanted me to wear a mask. The doctor said, you can do it. It's not going to help you. It is not going to help you not intake things that are going to maybe trigger your asthma. The same, I think, can be said for COVID. The effects of the lockdown, the closing of in-person learning was difficult. All those things were difficult for the kids, and I'm looking at the third point on the poster there, and says we make decisions based on what's best for the kids. The kids want to be there, they want to associate, they want to be social. Did anybody in this room meet their significant other wearing a mask? Ever? Did you ever go on a date with a mask? Is it possible? I can't do it. It's crazy. If you want to wear one and you need it, wear it. No one's giving you a hard time about that. But to tell me or my kids they have to do it seems crazy to me. I think the direction should be to move forward. This is out here, but 80% of the population, either through vaccination or through prior infection, is immune to COVID. That's herd immunity. It's here. We got it. You're going to have an outbreak. You might have a variant. The variant could come. We don't know that. But right at this moment, the amount of people, if you count previously infected people, the total is immense.
30 seconds.
Thank you. It does take the courage to believe in the evidence that it's in our plain sight. The kids are suffering from social disorders, from mental disorders. Their school, I mean, my kid's in 8th grade. He seems like he's in 6th after last year. I think the in-person killed him. He doesn't have a very good attention span. And I don't think a lot of kids do. But the private schools did it. They made it. They went through. They finished. They're ahead of our guys. So I'm pleading with you to make this as protective as you can, but let us make the choice for our own kids. And I appreciate it. Give back my time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Becca Harper's on deck.
My name is Jean Hogan.
Sorry, 1 second.
Oh,
I'm
sure.
sorry, Jean.
No,
Didn't
it's
start
okay.
it yet. Becca Harpster is on deck.
My name is Jean Hogan. I'm the mother of 3 kids here in D205. Dr. Campbell, administration, and Board of Education members, I have never been more proud to be part of D205 than after the July 13th meeting. Respecting and accepting each other's personal and medical choices is the only way forward. This is the right thing to do and in our children's best interests, and to ensure a high-quality learning experience full of engagement and development of social and emotional skills. COVID is now a seasonal endemic virus, and cases are here to stay despite any mitigations or vaccinations. There will always be a risk in life, and it is normal for parents to have varying comfort level with that risk. However, we as parents should be the ones to make the determination of what that risk means for our own children and families. We as parents should be the only ones making their medical choices with informed consent and not coercion. Furthermore, D205 as a public school district in Illinois currently has local control. Illinois is in phase 5 and HB 2789 did not pass. Please join other Elmhurst schools, Timothy Christian, Viz, and IC by not having a mask mandate. Join our surrounding states in treating COVID like any other virus that our children inevitably encounter in schools. In my opinion, we cannot go through a 3rd school year of restrictions, mask mandates, and quarantining of healthy children who have a 99.997% chance of surviving this virus when vaccinations are available to everyone 12 plus. The COVID data has always been my guide, and I believe it supports those of us who are asking for pre-pandemic operations. There are still no deaths under age 20 in DuPage County due to COVID. The hospitals are not and never were overburdened. DuPage County is in the top 2% of vaccinated status in the nation. 98% of DuPage residents 65 and older are fully vaccinated. 1.2 million Illinois residents have natural immunity from previous COVID infection. Our COVID numbers remain moderate and minimal.
Across the nation, school districts did not see any benefits from close contact quarantines, including our own, with only a 0.245% turning into isolations. Furthermore, there are 41 states total now that do not require masks in school. That is millions of people that did not see masks as successful or necessary mitigation tools. If I didn't mask my kids for the flu, I don't know why I would mask my kids for COVID. If I allow my kids to swim or be a passenger in a car, why would I be concerned about COVID in schools? The flu, car accidents, and drowning are all statistically more dangerous to my child than COVID. In life, we have to keep risk in perspective. We have no other choice. We are not promised a risk-free existence.
30 seconds.
D205 was a leader last school year in returning to full in-person education, which ended up being successful, rewarding, and safe. I hope you will continue to lead and continue to put our children and their education first by voting for mask optional tonight and by including plans where the district does not quarantine healthy children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
On deck is Ingrid Palmer-Ruddle.
Hello, my name is Becca Harpster. It's great to see you all again. I'd like to say thank you for what I heard was a plan for D205 to return to pre-pandemic operations next year, with the focus being on our students' growth, development, and well-being. I appreciate your respect of my ability to choose what is right for my child, mask or not, vax or not. I am thankful that D205 and Elmhurst are in a place to do this because DuPage County has one of the highest vax rates in the state, with the Elmhurst community leading the way. And 97% of our teachers and staff are fully vaccinated. And Elmhurst continues to see very low numbers of cases, averaging just 1 to 2 cases per day for the past couple of months. I'd also like to give more context as to why I feel it's safe to return to pre-pandemic operations for our students, including optional masks, no vaccine discrimination, and no healthy quarantines. First, the risk of severe COVID for children is low, lower than many risks we've already accepted as reasonable for our children and families. Put into perspective, for the year ending April 10th, 2021, there are 7 things riskier than COVID for our children, including car accidents, suicide, cardiovascular disease, drowning, and flu. Next, there's been talk of long COVID. The risk of long COVID is no different than the risk of long flu, something that's almost never talked about but does exist, and was deemed an acceptable risk for our children. One study found that up to 10% of people who contract influenza develop cardiac inflammation, much more dangerous than the #1 long COVID symptom, which is fatigue. And thankfully, as I mentioned earlier, those who are most at risk of severe COVID symptoms have had the opportunity to be vaccinated. Deaths and hospitalizations in our area have reduced significantly, and adults have largely resumed normal activities without masks. It's important to realize, however, that the risk of severe COVID for a vaccinated adult drops significantly post-vaccination, but their mortality risk is still higher than that of an unvaccinated child. A chart was created using data from Public Health England, and MD MPH Tracy Hogue says, when looking at this chart, she looks at her risk from COVID as a vaccinated adult as similar to her kids' risk that are not vaccinated. If adults can pack stadiums, restaurants, gyms, and theaters with hundreds and even thousands without masks, why shouldn't we allow our children the right to a normal education where they can see visual listening cues, emotions, and speech? We've got to stop putting normal child development on hold for something that is very low risk for them.
30 seconds.
They deserve every opportunity to grow and develop as they normally would. I hope the board and District 205 administration will take all of this data into account when making a decision for a return to local control, family choice, and pre-pandemic operations for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
On deck is Jen
Hello.
Rice.
My name is Ingrid Palmer-Ruddle, and I am a teacher here in District 205. Welcome, Dr. Campbell. I am here to support the return to pre-pandemic learning and extracurricular activities for our students to thrive, learn, and grow. I'm here to support masks optional for all students and staff, just like we have right here tonight. I think it's interesting that many people here are asking for masks to be required while also taking off their mask in order to speak. But yet, if that was the case, I would be required to speak all day to my students with a mask while pregnant, feeling exhausted, which I really don't enjoy. So no, thank you. I also support vaccines remaining optional, and I appreciate that the district has been conscientious of that for all of our students and families that feel uncomfortable. I also support the ending of this quarantining of healthy children. I found that many of my students were quarantining at home, feeling completely fine and completely disengaged in their learning and not even logging into class or keeping their camera off. And lastly, I also ask that the district would provide guidance to teachers about ending the conversations about students' medical information and asking questions of them that is inappropriate. Thank you.
Next speaker.
On deck is Irina Turco.
Good evening. I'm Jen Rice. Dr. Campbell, welcome to Elmhurst D205. And let me say how much I support your plan to respect families' choices on masks, vaccines, and your goal to fix the quarantine problem that plagued our district last spring. I myself had to fight in February to get my son out of a senseless quarantine that had no grounds. I was lucky, but many were not. So tonight, my husband and I are here as parents of 4 boys to state again, we support mask optional regardless of vaccine status, and support no quarantining of healthy children. We have been told repeatedly that we have control at the local level. We need to stay focused on what is happening in our community, and with DuPage, one of the highest counties in the country in vaccine rate, that should lead us to make choices that support personal choice. 745 ILCS 70 is the Healthcare Right of Conscience Act. Section 5 states, discrimination. It shall be unlawful for any person, public or private institution, or public official to discriminate against any person in any manner, including, but not limited to, licensing, hiring, promotion, transfer, staff appointment, hospital, managed care entity, or this one is important here, other privileges because of such person's conscientious, which is defined as wishing to do what is right, refusal to receive, obtain, accept, perform, assist, counsel, suggest, recommend, refer, or participate in any way in any particular form of healthcare services contrary to his or her conscience. This is the law. It's that simple. We need to respect one another's beliefs, accept one another's fears or lack of fear, and know that sometimes complacency is just confusion. Freedom of choice should be the focus for our community and school district. Treat our children with dignity rather than assume they're asymptomatic COVID carriers. Let's focus on their educational, social, emotional, mental, and physical needs first and foremost without bias. I would like to end this by respectfully asking you, Dr. Campbell, that all teachers, staff, and administration keep their political, vaccine, and any other medical beliefs out of the classroom. I asked D205 to get back to what you were hired to do, which is to educate our kids and keep the medical decisions in the hands of the parents and their doctors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
On deck is Valentina Turco.
Hello, my name is Irina Turco. I'm a licensed social worker and also a mother of 3 kids at Jackson School. Our family is so excited about this year's new school slogan, Forward Together, where we can return to normalcy and a fair education for all our students. We support the message of inclusion and a culture of respect regardless of mask preference, where everybody is truly welcome in Elmhurst schools. Today, we anticipate just that, a follow-through on this vision, and the only way to achieve this culture of respect is to make masks optional. Rules are meant to serve people. A mask mandate of the last school year no longer serves our community. People have a right to self-determination, and parents are entitled to make medical decisions for their own kids. We're not in a state of emergency any longer. COVID-19 is a virus we're able to manage now. Vaccines are available and treatment widely accessible. Moreover, science and experience has shown that children do not get sick or let alone die from this virus. It is a non-event for them, so we cannot continue to mask them, as in fact, we would be robbing them of a carefree, happy childhood, and this would be a hindrance to their development. Our children are not just immune systems needing to be managed. Their emotional, social, and mental health are also very important. We now need our leadership to not succumb to political pressure, but to represent our community and advocate for our children so we can indeed move forward together. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Next speaker.
On deck is Johnny Cook.
I am Valentina Turco, and I am 10 years old going into 5th grade. I had to experience the part of the mask, and it was very hard, actually. My siblings also had a hard time with it as well, and masks are distracting and, because the teacher would always correct people on how to wear them and give people strikes. Some teachers would say that they would have to go out in the hall if they wouldn't wear them correctly. And kids are policing each other with the masks. They are telling kids that they need to wear them and keep them above their nose even if they were outside, which was a little bit crazy because I think maybe they should be the ones maybe keeping them a little bit under their nose if they're outside because they need to breathe.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. On deck is Erica Fine.
Good evening. My name is Johnny Cook. I have a son at the Edison School and a daughter at Sandberg. I would like to keep them there, please. So my graduate work was in biochemistry and human disease, but there's been enough science spoken about without the change and the action that we're looking for. So I'm going to approach this in two different ways. First, legally, and second, in a pragmatic way. So the right to public education is protected specifically by the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. And while that might seem vague, situations like this, the language is very specific in three distinct ways. The first one is called the Equal Protection Clause, which provides that the state may not deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of laws, and further requires public schools as state actors to end any discriminatory practice. The second one is called the Due Process Clause, specifically protects a parent's right to direct the educational upbringing of their child above the school. And the third one is called incorporation, and that states specifically that students do not shed their constitutional rights to freedom, speech, or expression at the schoolhouse gate. So these unalienable rights are not left up to any interpretation, and they clearly apply to this situation. So now, from a pragmatic perspective, the vaccination rates and the local infection rates have shifted the impetus of responsibility from society as a whole to the individual to choose their own level of risk. That's what happens when we move from a pandemic into more of an epidemic. And that's what's happening by the numbers. Between July 14th and July 27th, Elmhurst has had a grand total of 78 COVID infections and 0 deaths. Over 60% of DuPage is fully vaccinated. That's before we talk about the herd immunity from people who were previously infected. So with that data, requiring masks in school is not only unconstitutional, but it's also not a measured response to the data. It's egregiously preemptive, it's unnecessary, and it is an unwarranted reactionary decision, not steeped in logic. So some people might choose to wear a mask. Some people might choose to get vaccinated. You might choose to look after your health, or you might not. But these are all personal choices. And D205 is not a private company who can make these demands of anyone. So the most important thing that I want to leave you guys with is that it's important for you guys also to remember that as elected officials, we have to honor the democratic process.
30 seconds.
The will of your constituents is overwhelmingly obvious, and your responsibility to carry out those wishes is intact, whether or not they fit your personal agenda, your opinions, or your beliefs. That is your job, and we'd appreciate it if it's done this year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker. On deck will be Kirsten Humboldt.
Hi, my name is Erica Fine, and I am the parent of an incoming second grader and kindergartner at Hawthorne. We've lived in Elmhurst for almost 3 years, and we love this community. I'm speaking tonight in favor of parent choice when it comes to all aspects of our children's lives. Related to today's meeting, I'm in favor of parent choice for masks, parent choice for vaccines, and I'm against quarantining healthy children. I believe that a mask optional policy satisfies all parties, including pro-mask and anti-mask. Every day, us parents make risk-benefit choices on behalf of our children. Parents choose every day to send their children to school at risk of many communicable diseases, such as stomach flu, strep throat, pink eye. Parents also choose to send children to schools each day at risk of other things that may harm them, such as bullying, which can lead to suicide and depression. It's our right and our responsibility as their parents to make these choices daily. We also know from research that masks have risk. Per the CDC, wearing masks may have physical side effects. Face masks impair face recognition and face identification. Face masks impair verbal and nonverbal communication. Face masks block emotional signaling between teacher and learner. I know these risks firsthand because my 5-year-old incoming kindergartner, Brielle, was recently approved for an IEP solely based on articulation speech delays, and she will receive speech services as a result. I firmly believe that my daughter was a victim of unnecessary masking and that she has suffered enough. This is not an issue of a sweaty nose. I am confident that her speech would have improved on her own if she could see her teachers and her peers speak, and her teachers could also see her speak and hear her little voice. Her pediatrician noticed a slight issue in June 2020 and assured her preschool teachers would catch it. Her teachers said nothing. Surprise, I asked their opinion at a meeting in December, and they said they didn't even notice. She had a delay. I had my daughter evaluated because I was concerned, and some of her articulation was at a 3 years level, and she's 5 years old. She's clearly behind, and she suffered from masking. So what am I to do? What risk benefit does my daughter face with required masking? I'm not asking you to choose, and that's the point.
30 seconds.
I'm here to urge you to let her father and I choose how best to proceed. Keep parent choice. Keep parent choice for masking, vaccinations, and stop unnecessary quarantines. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next speaker.
Kirsten Humboldt was the next speaker. After that is Miss Sutherland.
Hi, I just want to say I'm not the next speaker. They had to go, but they have it all written out here. I've never read this before. I'm just reading it as the person that wrote it. This is just reading it for them, okay? Hello, Dr. Campbell and 205 members. I'm a parent of 2 children that attend Hawthorne Elementary in the 205 district. We recently received communication from you that masks would be optional. It felt like a major accomplishment for the children returning to their district schools. It is my understanding there has been pushback on parental choice, which I find very hypocritical and infuriating, that other parents want to decide what is best for other children. I am writing in strong opposition to masks being mandated for children. By the grace of God, healthy children have been spared COVID infections that resulted in serious illness or death, more so than even a vaccinated adult. This is according to research findings over the past year and a half since the pandemic turned lives upside down while many took advantage of this tragedy. There is no data that supports masking children decreases COVID cases or prevents COVID. However, covering children's faces is only now starting to be researched, showing harmful consequences psychologically, socially, and developmentally. In a survey of cases in Florida where masks were optional and required, the required masks saw more cases per 100,000 individuals. This was published in the New York Post this was published by the New York Post in July 22nd, 2021. Children are not the equation in COVID cases. However, proper ventilation and cleaning protocols make a difference. That should be your primary focus. There has not been an outbreak in COVID cases in children anywhere, and a thin piece of cloth is not going to stop the spread of COVID. When the mask comes down for mask breaks, COVID doesn't disappear in the wind. I work at a level 1 hospital. We don't have time to screen majority of our adult trauma cases. In those scenarios, we can choose to wear an N95 mask and not a thin piece of cloth, virtue signaling. Keyword is choose, not a mandate. Vaccinated adults are supposed to be protected from serious consequences from COVID exposure. Teachers should have no fear in returning to the classroom with children who are not super spreaders of COVID. Masking young children is not the solution. Children need consistency, normalcy, and proper education. They are not ping-pongs in this political arena. Parental options should be the only choice. You don't individually know my children or how they have been affected by their lack of schooling, social isolation, and mask. And I do know. Again, not me. Adults and educators need to stop failing children. It's time to get back to work. COVID has become an excuse for a lot of terrible decisions that continue to fail innocent children. Closing the school to in-person learning, having our children eat outside above 10 degrees, masking their faces, and social isolation have significantly impacted children everywhere, especially those who did not have the proper support. All the while, the administrators and teachers are occupied taxpayer-funded money.
Thank you. Okay. Next speaker. And then
On
final
deck.
speaker.
One more.
One more on
Okay.
deck.
Our final speaker will be Abigail Stoller.
Good evening. My name is Angie Sutherland, and I am an Elmhurst resident and parent of 2 children, an incoming second grader at Hawthorne and a pre-kindergartner at Madison. My husband and I moved our family last August in the middle of a pandemic from Chicago. We chose Elmhurst for many reasons: the walkability of our town, the various dining entertainment options, the parks, the library, and of course, the schools. Alex, my second grader, is a precocious and bright young boy who has an insatiable appetite for learning. My daughter, Nora, is a spunky and kind-hearted little girl who cannot wait to start school in the fall. And while I will admit last year's remote learning left a lot to be desired, I never once regretted our decision to move here and enroll our son in District 205. I was proud of the district for being one of the first to announce remote learning at the start of the school year, and I was pleased with the gradual and phased approach to go back full-time. There are sadly a lot of parents out there that disliked this cautious and measured approach to schooling last year. They also disagreed with masking, despite the science that states that masks work to slow the transmission of viral diseases. Please do not listen to them, or at the very least, fact-check them. DuPage County does not have the second highest vaccination rate in the country. I think the entire state of Vermont has a higher vaccination rate than DuPage. But at the same time, I'm not asking you to listen to me. I'm not an expert in epidemiology or in public health or even healthcare for that matter. I'm also not the full expert of my own child. I'm not a pediatrician. I'm not a teacher. I'm not a school counselor. So I'm asking you to ignore the entitled and divisive nature of anti-maskers, COVID deniers, and anti-vaxxers, and just please listen to the experts. The American Academy of Pediatrics states all students and staff should be masked at schools. And the CDC has recently updated their guidance today for mandatory masking, regardless of vaccination status. And then please talk to and coordinate with the teachers, the staff, and the boots on the ground on the various ways to best deliver learning when we are masked or socially distanced. The idea that COVID isn't as terrible for children introduces a false dichotomy. We know COVID last year is not the same as COVID this year, and we do not know the long-term impacts. This is a novel coronavirus. Hep C is a virus that festers inside the body for decades before fatal liver damage is discovered. With COVID, we don't know. Is that the kind of risk we want to take with our children? Masks are just one piece of the puzzle. We need layered mitigation strategies to prevent the spread and infection. We need masks, we need social distancing, we need quarantining and isolation if needed. But whatever it is, we need to take a proactive approach instead of being reactionary and only
30
implementing
seconds.
something after it's too late. Low cases today do not mean low cases tomorrow. It takes a village to raise a child, and our school system is part of that village. I cannot do it alone, so I urge you to not do it alone either, and to make decisions in coordination with the experts so our children can grow and develop effectively and safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker.
Hello, I'm Abigail Steller. I have 2 students in the D205 system. The CDC and the IDPH make their recommendations based on the advice of the scientific medical community. If you ignore these recommendations, and I know you're in a difficult position and there's applause, that is not how we make scientific decisions usually. I know my children wear seatbelts because I know the experts recommend that. And I don't look for studies that counteract that and cherry pick, applaud people who tell them not to. If you ignore these recommendations as the school board, you are telling our students, you're sending them the message that unqualified opinions are equal or superior to scientific expertise. And I don't think a school board should make that message to the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. That ends the hour of public comment that was allotted. If you would like to email the board your public comment, you are welcome. And we are going to begin the meeting. So, all right. So Dr. Campbell? Nope. Okay, Dr. Campbell? Dr. Campbell, we started at 8:40. So, okay, Dr. Campbell, you can. 7:36, sorry. All right, thank you. And Dr. Campbell, we'll turn it over to you to present the District 205 Fall 2021 opening plan.
Thank you so very much. I think it is so appropriate to begin by saying thank you to the entire D205 community and all of you that are here tonight to share your thoughts and to share and express your opinions in the manner in which you have done on this evening. In my follow-up communication from July 13th, I made a statement about thank you for allowing my first board meeting to be of success. And I sit today with the anticipation of my second board meeting with my team to be of success. And that includes ensuring that we hear and we listen. In my opening statement, after the board agreed to vote on my appointment, in the video, I made a statement about how important it is for our community to move forward together and how we are going to do that by listening to one another with empathy and extending grace when needed. And I think tonight is a demonstration of just that in our community, that we've taken the time to listen to each other, and I appreciate that. It's also a great time to thank our community for the numerous emails and the written comments that have been sent to the Board of Education as well as myself. I appreciate, and I speak on behalf of our team of 8, appreciate your input and your dedication to this process. More importantly, we saw parents, teachers, staff, and leaders come together over the last course of the 18 months to minimize the impact of COVID-19 on our students, our schools, and our community. And by every measure we continue to turn the corner. And as a result, I think there are significant updates reflected in our fall 2021 plan. I'm going to ask that you present the slides. Thank you, Mr. Gomez. So I want to go to the next slide and say that, you can go one more, that planning for the fall 2021 has been a concerted effort, and our administrative team continues to work tirelessly to ensure that our plan is reflective of the goal to prioritize the health and the safety of our students and staff with the ultimate goal of engaging all students in rigorous academic, social, and emotional in-person learning. I have echoed this several times, and I will continue to echo that starting fall 2021 means 5 full days of instruction for all students in all schools. Starting the fall 2021 means, in terms of strong, that we're going to focus on our connections, on our communication, as well as our cultivation of positive relationships across our D205 community. And as many has echoed tonight, we're also going to commit to celebrate the strength and demonstrate the pride in D205 students, staff, as well as our schools. And thinking about teaching and learning as it relates to the fall, there will be a typical school day in the fall. You can go to proceed to the next slide. With regular school hours, with a regular school schedule, we're committed to providing, as mentioned again, the 5 full days of learning of in-person instruction for all of our students. We definitely want to, again, focus on our efforts to provide the least disruption to our learning environment. Therefore, we will only provide a virtual option for a small number of students who have met very specific criteria with medical verification. We will continue as an administration team, look at building the connections and fostering the relationships, but as well as aligning our resources to our very specific priorities as it relates to social emotional learning, English language arts, as well as mathematics. I want to pause at this moment and say that at our last meeting, and I want to again echo this statement. And the statement is that we know that the pandemic has created challenges for us all. And through it all, we are proud of our students and the skills that they have built in the area of resilience and caring and compassion. And we will continue to echo the necessity of fostering a climate of respect and acceptance for all community members. Let me say that again. As your leader, as superintendent, in collaboration and in partnership with the other 7 members, we will continue to foster a climate of respect and acceptance for all community members, regardless of vaccination status or views on masking. And at that point, that right there should have been a round of applause by everyone in the room, because we are all going to respect our members as we move forward together in service to our students and to the families of D205. In terms of moving forward as it relates to health and safety, again, I shared a preliminary layered vision for the layered mitigations that was presented on July 13th. We continue to review CDC guidance. Just as recently as yesterday, additional guidance actually was released, and my team continues to be as receptive to the information that is being presented to us. We continue to listen and receive the community feedback. And with all of that, we are presenting what we consider is currently appropriate for our students. in thinking about our plan, I really want to elevate this idea that we will routinely monitor and revisit this plan. Our district is ready to pivot if needed. What you will not hear from our district is a plan to close schools. Instead, we plan to actually redouble our efforts and layer appropriate mitigations, even if that's temporary, with a focus of maintaining our healthy school environment. Our district has, in terms of thinking about this plan, there are 3 goals that I want to elevate, and that is 1, to continue in-person instruction for all students. We know that that is the best environment to support the academic as well as social and emotional needs of our students. 2, we want to maintain as close to a typical school year as possible, given the current conditions. And 3, we want to keep healthy students in school and engaged in learning. Maintaining as close to a typical school year as possible will continue to involve our close examination, our analyzing, and our reviewing of guidance that has been provided by CDC, which we also know has been adopted by IDPH as well as the Department of DCHD, which is our Department of Community and Health Department, Community Health Department. With that being said, we are united in our goal to restore as best as possible a sense of normalcy to our learning and our extracurricular environments, and to the greatest extent possible ensuring that our students are thriving in the environment, a healthy environment that has been set that will allow us to continue to focus on the academic, social, and the emotional needs of all of our students. Several data points have been mentioned already tonight. Those data points include DuPage County as one of the highest vaccination rates in the state, with close to 61.7% of the population fully vaccinated. We also estimate that over 50% of our eligible students, and a vast majority, as already has been referenced tonight. DuPage County, again, this shifts and this change, and I want to make sure that I underscore that for my board team. But as the time in which I was developing this, as of yesterday, July 27th, as we were again taking in information, looking at current data, DuPage County was currently, and I want to preference this, classified, as moderate community transmission. But again, that's a very, very volatile, that's very volatile and can change. And I want to just make sure that, again, I underscore that. We also are looking specifically not only within our county, but how that data is impacting our metrics here, specifically within District 205. And so that information continues to be closely reviewed. We know that guidance has been provided as recently as yesterday. And with that, we want to also underscore that localities should closely monitor their community transmission, their vaccination coverage, screening, testings, and occurrences of our outbreaks to continue to guide decisions on the level of layer prevention strategies. And so with that being said, this is current, as I have mentioned, based on the current conditions. I want to underscore again that we know that they can change at any moment. We're excited. We really are. This conversation that we're able to have today looks drastically different than the conversation that this board team, as well as the community, was involved in exactly 1 year ago. With that being said, there is a concerted effort, you can go to the next slide, to maintain a healthy learning environment. We know that based on guidance, masks are strongly recommended, and we continue to share that language, and we continue to adopt that language, that masks are strongly recommended if your student has not been vaccinated or is not eligible to be vaccinated, that they wear a mask to school. Masks, we also are proposing that they're optional for the vaccinated students and staff while in school buildings, given the current community transmission levels, as well as the high rates of vaccination that we currently are seeing. As some have mentioned, I am so pleased that we've moved, because as we know, as last year, there was that masks were required both in as well as outside. Masks are now optional outdoors for students as well as staff. One of the things that I do want to make mention of is that per the current order, CDC current order, regardless of vaccination status, students and staff must wear masks while riding district transportation. Also, our school teams, as we are modeling tonight, has also been referenced tonight, our school teams will be supportive of people who are fully vaccinated, who choose to continue to wear a mask as a personal choice or because they have medical conditions that may weaken their immune system. In the conversation, and what has also been shared, is that at any time our team, and I'm proposing that our team be ready to respond to our data as suggested by the CDC and pivot if the data warrants. And so we will continue to closely monitor our community transmission rates. We will continue to closely monitor our school district's positivity rates. And we will continue to monitor if there are a cluster or of cases or any sense of outbreak, because again, our focus and our commitment is to keep our students engaged in in-person instruction. As many conversations have been shared and reflections have been made in regarding the quarantine, we have to acknowledge that last year this was problematic, and in the sense of, you know, the data has been referenced. I think our board team has shared and had made comments and reflections that we had over 5,000 students quarantined, with less than a 1% of those students actually testing positive for COVID. And so we want to, within our ability, implement quarantine practices that will keep as many healthy students as possible engaged in in-person learning. Our current quarantine procedures exempts certain students, obviously those students who are fully vaccinated, students and families that have been consistently making the decision to choose to wear a mask, students who have had COVID within the last 90 days as verified by a lab test. The guidance has allowed us to have these very clear opportunities to significantly reduce the number of students, as well as the change in actual distance of what is considered a close contact. So last year, that was 6 feet. Even though students were in spaces that were within less than the 6 feet, within the 6 feet, if they were still considered a close contact. Moving forward, that has been updated to 3 feet. And so we will continue again to reevaluate and to the best of our abilities closely monitor this data to ensure that our practices align to our ultimate goal of keeping as many of our healthy students engaged in in-person learning. Also, the plan will outline, we know that last year there was a mandatory amount of days that students had to quarantine. We are, based on the guidance, we are now proposing there being options for families. And obviously, the details of that will be provided, and we are going to clearly make sure that that is outlined in documents as we release. But there are options for a quarantine of 7 days from a day of exposure, as well as options for families that quarantine for 8 days with a return of 11, and then also what was done in the past, the quarantine for the 14 days of exposure and return to school on the 15th day. And asking, what really constitutes, obviously there is some ask of testing, some ask of returning to the classroom setting and making sure that we adhere with the focus on helping healthy students remain in school and not the spread that will impact other students having to not be in school. There's some conversation as to it relates to our layered mitigations. We will, as mentioned, continue to work with our classroom teachers, with our leaders to provide 3 feet of physical distance when possible, to the greatest extent possible. We're going to work on really reviewing and checking and cleaning the ventilation systems. These are, again, layered mitigations that we put in place with our younger students, and as well as all of our students, but particularly with our younger students who need a friendly reminder here and there. We're going to support in the reinforcement of the hygiene and the respiratory etiquette will definitely continue, as well as our enhanced cleaning protocols will continue. We're so very thankful. It was mentioned that in the last year, our custodial workers did a phenomenal job of their cleaning of our high-touch surfaces during the last school year, and we want to thank our entire team for their efforts in doing so. Again, I want to come back to this, that we have to acknowledge our ability and the reliance on current data, our local data, to really drive these practices and these mitigations that I'm proposing. And so we will, as an administration team, as well as I will present that information to my board team, routinely monitor and revisit this plan. Again, our district is ready to pivot if needed, but I want to echo what you will not hear is that having to result in a plan to close schools. One of the things that is really important that I will continue to elevate is communication and ensuring that messages and plans and even the why behind decisions and how things are shifting will be communicated. So I hope you all have not become fatigued of the superintendent videos, but there are definitely more to come. And we'll continue with the superintendent's message. Not all messages will be the videos. However, that is still a very important way for me to communicate our plan, and if and when the board makes adaptations and changes to that plan, there is a commitment to that. I think we also agree of having a very clear focal point where this information will be housed. And so we will be launching a moving forward together microsite that will continue to have our very fluid plan posted, and adjustments will be made to that plan accordingly, as well as communicated. But that will be a very important point of a place to communicate that with our entire community. We're also, as we started off with saying, we appreciate the respectful dialogue and thoughts and opinions that have been provided to the board, as well as myself. And so I'm pleased also to launch an additional communication outlet, and that is specifically as it relates to our plan. Please feel free to email the forward together at elmhurst205.org. Again, regardless, and I can't say this enough, regardless of our views, we are going to move forward together. And I want to thank you for taking the charge to model that and to lead that for not only our Elmhurst community, but many school communities around our country. This is very, very difficult conversations, but to do it in a way that really, really elevates the respect and the understanding and the commitment to hearing and listening to voices and to ideas, even if they differ from yours, in a respectful manner, is extremely important. And so I want to end with a thank you to the community, as well as a thank you to my board team for your continued thoughts and feedback and questions that will continue to push our team forward with ensuring that a plan is developed and comprehensive to support the needs of all of our schools, with the goal of prioritizing in-person learning. And so with that, I would like to just say thank you.
Thank you. Are you going to do this now, or we'll go on? Okay. All right. All right. Yeah. So, question? Yeah.
You have a question?
Yeah. Yeah.
The question.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, I would say that. It'd be important.
Okay. All right. Okay. We'll have some questions, discussions,
yeah.
whatever. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, sure. So I'll just, start
Make
by.
sure you talk into the.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll start by saying that, I'm supportive of the plan that Dr. Campbell just presented. And I did want to acknowledge it's been a unique couple-week period here. Our board has received literally hundreds of messages from community members that would span a pretty broad array of opinions on the key issues that we're debating tonight. And I just want to speak to all of those folks and let them know that we do take those to heart and read them. Some people are more comfortable communicating their opinions in public. Others would prefer to do it via email. All of them are important to us. And I have to say that, it's important that, in line with what Dr. Campbell said, that our kids are watching how we resolve these issues and how we debate them and sort of make these very challenging decisions. And we need to be respectful, and I think we need to acknowledge that. And I know for me, the folks who sent notes which disagree with some of my views gave me pause, and I thought that they were very thoughtful. And I just wanted those folks to know that they're all considered and heard. So I do support the plan, and in my view, the high rates of vaccination in our community generally, particularly among our older population, and the lower degree of risk for severe COVID infection of children acts as a freeing mechanism, in my view, and means that it's time to move to enhanced personal choice for families. And I think that is reflected in the plan, and I appreciate that. I did want to ask a question about quarantines in particular. And, I know we share the common goal of minimizing to the best of our ability quarantines for healthy kids. And I just wanted Dr. Campbell to speak to for a moment about our commitment to reevaluating our data, a few weeks into the school year, and that if we see a very low percentage again of quarantine kids translating into COVID cases, that to the best of our legal ability, that we will try our best to make adjustments to those policies and keep as many healthy kids in our schools as possible.
Yes, Vice President Kuczynski. The answer to your question is yes. I think that has been echoed several times throughout the plan, that we are committed to reevaluating our plan. And I appreciate you adding in, to the best of our legal ability, make the adjustments necessary to ensure that healthy students remain in school. And so the answer is yes.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, I just wanted to give a sincere thank you to Dr. Campbell and to our administrative team and staff that's been working very hard on these plans. These are very weighty decisions, and I think we're all working together towards what we think is best for our students. And I just wanted to mention that in front of our community, that your efforts are appreciated. So thank you.
Okay, next. Anybody? Jim, is that a hand up or no? Okay. All right. Courtney? Okay. All right, Beth.
Okay, thank you. Just a few things I wanted to mention. First of all, I do want to again say thank you to Dr. Campbell and our team here, our board team, and I know lots of people who are not in this room who've been working long hours, sifting through all of the information that we get constantly that changes daily. I assure you that this is pretty much all that we have all been thinking about for months and months now. So everyone here is very committed to trying to make these decisions to create the best possible educational experience that our kids can have. And they're not easy decisions by any stretch of the imagination. So thank you, everyone, for your hard work and time. I wanted to, I just like the idea of always reminding our community the guidance that we're using from the CDC, from the IDPH, from our DuPage County Health Department, and that we will always be consulting that. And also this year, the flexibility that we've been afforded through that guidance to be able to use our local data that we have from the past year and a half that we did not have the last time that we were sitting down to make this decision. So it's an added layer that we didn't have before. And that we will be revisiting all of that data all the time, and our local numbers, specifically what's happening in our schools here in Elmhurst. So I appreciate that you brought up communication, because as we all know, having gone through all this information for months, it's all very confusing and hard to keep track of the changes. So I love the idea of the microsite. Thank you for putting that in place. And as far as quarantines especially, I know that it can just be so confusing and hard to understand how it all works. So I would just ask that, I love your videos, and I think that might be, it's a great way to go through those pieces and just make sure that our community can understand the changes that have been made to those policies and then how it'll work. And then also just that our building principals and staff and everyone involved really understands all of those pieces as well, so we can have as much consistency as possible across our schools. I think it'll just help with the confusion that is inevitably going to be there, because it's just hard to absorb all the information, but also the frustration that sometimes parents were feeling last year. And then I just want to highlight, I know we've talked a lot about masking and quarantines and those topics, but I also want to highlight that we've come a very long way, and that our school day last year looked so different in so many other ways, aside from masking and quarantines. Lunch was different. Our specials classes were different. PE wasn't the same. Recess and playgrounds couldn't look the same for our kids. And there are so many things that are positive steps forward that make our kids' day at school more productive and enjoyable. And some of those things are that lunch is going to look quite a bit more typical, that our PE classes will look more typical, and our extracurricular athletics and some of those other things, fine arts, hopefully will continue to move forward. And at this point where we're at, will look just more like they did before COVID. And I just think all of those things are really important to our kids as well. So I just wanted to point some of those things out. And then I just wanted to also say thank you to everybody who came to speak tonight. And I appreciate that you've taken the time to come here and voice your opinions. And I do appreciate the respect that was shown for everyone's opinions. And we don't always, we just don't know what every person's situation is. And we have no idea why somebody is making the choices that they're making. And so I think it's just important to remember that people make different choices for different reasons. And just as we don't know the medical background of all of our students, nobody else does either. So thank you for helping to model that respect for one another to our kids. And I think that is everything I had. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Okay. Karen? Whatever, whoever's ready. No, you've just been Chris and Beth, so.
This is the quietest I've heard this board.
We are quiet. We are quiet.
And it really is, I think, a reflection of the weight. I thought last year, 16 months ago, 12 months ago, was weighty. For me, this is even weightier. And that was not to minimize the weight of that, because the Delta variant is serious, and it is affecting kids, and we have a lot to balance. As I opened up and I reminded Kara yesterday, 2 days ago, it's been a moment-to-moment thing. This has been a full-time, stay awake, monitor what everybody's saying, what they mean by what they're writing, what it means to us. So anyway, what I said to Kara was, we have to look at safety. Everybody is is our responsibility, not just the kids, but if the kids get something at school or somewhere, you know, people take it back to their families. So, you know, I just want everybody to understand how vast this is, okay? At the same time, we did a great job safety-wise. Our numbers show that we did, okay? So I don't want to minimize that either, so don't misunderstand what I'm saying. But we've got to balance not only safety, but with education, okay? But because of what happened, therefore leadership is really important, right? The last 16 months. I get daily reports about how the elementary kids ended the 2021 school year 4 to 5 months behind. Granted, that's national numbers, but I want to put this into perspective. So, you know, our responsibility is not just safety, it's educating our kids, okay? We have, and I know from personal experience from family members that are in social workers, as well as all the information, once again, that pushes to me because I'm a school board member and I look for, is that mental health is on the rise. So now we're asking our people to do more than the academic teaching, but social emotional because of how things were handled the last 16 months. So just to give you a perspective, okay, all the things that you're balancing in making these decisions, it's weighty. And I've been on the board for a decade, so not to say that we haven't had weighty things. It's just something different and trying to give you a perspective. Second thing, big picture, is I'm hopeful everyone who either is here, who was here, who will watch, I'm hopeful that we all heard that there are many varying people that are affected in various different ways. There's not almost two people that are the same. That's what we hear and we read almost daily from everyone. And as Kara opened up, we read what you send and we take it into the decision-making process. And it's not easy because this is extremely complex. There's a lot of moving levers. With that, we have to adhere to national people, state people, county people, but we also have to look at our own district and our own schools and our own classrooms. And I love the fact that we have the data over the last 16 months. And again, I'm going to say, Kevin, you and your team and extended arms, even at your peers maybe here, everyone that was involved, and I think it was the May report that or June maybe, that you shared with us specifically what our numbers were. It's helpful because, again, the national people are going to talk about nation. You know, the state is going to talk about state. The DuPage County is going to talk about the county, but we have to look at our numbers too. And it all plays a part in the decision making that we have. So, you know, if people are saying that we are or we are not, you know, adhering, we are. We are listening to these people. We have to legally. Thanks, Chris, for highlighting that. And we also have to do our jobs of educating our kids, okay, which has now been expanded even more so because of the mental health. And that's serious. We have heard from our own students, not just tonight, but throughout this pandemic, and it's serious. So with that, the one piece that I really want to highlight and make sure that as we continue to look at the data, sometimes moment to moment, and then, you know, as we get these new guidance, sometimes mandates, sometimes orders, which we have no control over, and we have to sort through which ones they are, that I hope that we can continue to work with the organizations that are putting these things out, work with them to help them understand what our local numbers mean as well in the context. Like we're taking all theirs down to our level, it needs to also flow back so that we're doing the right thing, okay? And that they understand what they do affects us, but it might not reflect what's happening for us, okay? Okay. So I guess that's really, bottom line is for us moving forward, I really want us to pay close attention to the quarantining and what's mandated for quarantining we have to do, but does it really reflect what's going on? At the same time, the Delta variant is serious and it's affecting kids. I know we didn't know that about COVID. The data now shows that it, wasn't as much, but I don't want to minimize the kids that were affected. But the Delta variant seems to be maybe coming through the kids a lot more. So kind of my, yellow, red lights kind of watching that one, with a quarantining. But I don't want to quarantine even as half as many kids, even as a small percentage of the kids. Healthy kids. I don't want to do that because everybody's saying, even at a national level and below, is that they should be in person. But they're telling us the quarantine is taking them out of in person. And I'm not sure that they understand that based on our numbers. That's what I have to say.
Maybe just a follow on that as the year starts, we could share our data with the DuPage County Health Department. Just so they have that point of reference as a piece of their decision making. If that's something you could maybe share with them after the school year starts, if that's a possibility, just to kind of build on what Karen was saying.
Yeah, I have 4 thoughts. My first priority is to keep kids physically in school as many days as possible and do what it takes to do that. And that means we need to do what it also takes to avoid quarantining healthy kids. 2, I think we need to recognize our reality as we live in a state that in the next 3 weeks is highly likely to mandate what we have to do. So I think we all need to keep that in the back of our minds. 3, I think we need to put weight on the opinions and recommendations of the physicians that live in our community. And we should especially listen to our own medical panel of physicians. And finally, as one of our own teachers, Ingrid, pointed out tonight, we need to end teachers having conversations with kids in school about medical decisions. Those medical decisions are between that student, their parents and family, and their family physician, period. And those are my 4 thoughts.
Okay, thanks. Courtney?
I can reiterate a lot of things that the people said today on the, up here. The thing I do want to reiterate is my thanks to your team, because I know how hard this has been for you and them, especially this month. So I appreciate that. I was wondering if you or Dr. Grenz can give parents an idea of what learning will look like in quarantine, because I appreciate the fact that you're ready to pivot when our data signifies that a need is there, and I believe that pivot means in both directions, right? If our numbers are dropping, then we can pivot that way with less mitigations, and if our numbers are increasing, we would pivot to increase the number of mitigations, because the quarantines is the thing that concerns me the most, all of us. So I was wondering if we could let the community know what that looks like for them.
Yes, I'll start that off, and if Dr. Grenz would like to jump in. But what we are currently proposing is that our students that are 12 and under will have a combination of asynchronous and synchronous learning and be in a learning environment. So we would look to again, with our focus on in-person learning, look to bring in teachers that are specifically designated to serve as a virtual teacher to provide that synchronous kind of guided support for our students that are younger. For our students that are 12 and above, we believe that there is a little bit more of not optimal, but them being developmentally, being more developmentally appropriate to engage in asynchronous learning. Again, not optimal because we want kids in school. And that learning will also be guided and supported by classroom teachers and utilizing the various methods that are currently in place to connect with them to ask questions and points of clarification. We will also work with administrators. In the past, we've had some success with providing office hours and providing some after-school support. I know there was a great success even at our high school that provided Saturday academy, so ways in which we would still allow the touch points and the support to be provided to the students by the classroom teachers and by the experts. And quite frankly, we are very, very pleased with the vast array of programming options that are provided for our students at the middle school and high school level. We know that it would be extremely difficult to hire virtual and remote instructors that have the skill set as well as the knowledge to support that. And so therefore we are looking to identify those specific, that strategy and that learning environment in terms of asynchronous and synchronous at the lower level. I think that if Dr. Grins, I don't know if you feel like you have a few things to add to that.
Good evening. I can try to add a little bit. We continue to review the feedback from last year in 2019 all the way to now, both in the remote learning surveys, in conversations with our staff, and conversations with our principals. We've even had Zoom calls with parents as recently as this week, and the feedback has been incredibly helpful on what worked and what we can do better. And a lot of the platforms that were forced upon us during times of full remote learning for all can be improved upon and leveraged even more during the virtual learning. So, for example, leveraging Seesaw and programs in the K-5 grades that provided actual direct feedback to the parents about the students' learning, but we need to be more timely with that feedback, and we think we can do that with specific designated virtual teachers. Our hope is that those classrooms that are virtual are short in time and that they are tailored and highly differentiated for those students, and ideally structured by grade level. So if a child is unfortunately quarantined, obviously if they are ill, we want that to be the first priority and to make sure that the student is healthy and safe. But if they are in a quarantine situation for a short period of time, we want to make sure that there is a high level of collaboration with that K-5 teacher that is in the classroom so that the student can be experiencing actual activities that are adapted from the classroom in the virtual setting. We think that based on the collaboration that we have with our staff, both using the online technical tools, but also just in their PLCs, is really going to allow for that to happen. And at the 612 level, we're hoping that there will still be a structure in place as well as daily opportunities for students to connect with their classroom teacher so that they're not just absent from class and that they're not in a completely asynchronous scenario, but that they can reach out to their teacher and get the support and the feedback that we know they want and deserve. This plan feels very sustainable in comparison to the work that we've done in the past, which we know was stressful for parents and for some students and for our staff. And I think this is a really great approach and our best foot forward at this time.
Thank you both. And just to kind of follow up on what our students' days look like, things as simple as my daughter does not want to carry her backpack everywhere all day long. These are big issues.
Absolutely.
So lockers and
Yes.
PE. So when we say a normal school day and getting back to normal, those are all parts of it, right? PE and band and orchestra and, extracurricular groups at the high school. And I know we mentioned sports, but all those other extracurricular clubs, that's all going to resume, correct?
Yes, that is.
Thank you.
So, of course, thank you for your presentation and all of you that I know contributed. So, and just for the community that was here, thank you for engaging respectfully. I think it really, as Karen mentioned, we are feeling the weight. And, I think all of us had hoped that we wouldn't be here having this kind of conversation in July a year later, and here we are. So what I wanted to know, Dr. Campbell, is if you could just articulate a little, last year looked so much different. So this year, when we talk about, and it was mentioned in a slide, we talk about pivoting, could you just articulate a little bit, what does that look like, so that even though we hope we don't have to do that, but we also know that people, in the absence of what could happen, there's anxiety. And so if we could lay out, what is the additional layer of mitigation, or what does a pivot look like? I know you said we wouldn't be closing schools, which we're all very glad about, but what does that look like? So could you speak to that a little?
Yeah, sure. Absolutely, I can. I think that one of the things that we definitely have to recognize is that based on much of the guidance and the recommendations that we've heard, there is opportunities to have stricter and stronger requirements around masking, for example. And so utilizing language in terms of the requirement of masking would be an example of a pivot across our entire school community, not just specifically for unvaccinated staff as well as students, for example. We also talked about how another example, and that has also been mentioned with some of the operational aspects. There were decisions made in terms of how we utilize hallways and how we utilize other current spaces. So I think another layer would obviously, would entail going back and reviewing just how we are moving and utilizing our school spaces with the hopes of significantly minimizing interactions between students when to the greatest extent possible that the 3 feet of social distance cannot be adhered or implemented. So I think those are specific examples of that in terms of how we would pivot. I want to again echo that those conversations and the engagement will also involve conversations with the board team, that they will not be made in isolation from just the administrative team, but we would engage the board team in explaining, and again, as has been mentioned, utilizing our specific school data to be able to examine why certain additional layered operational mitigations or requirements should be proposed to the board to be put in place in terms of moving forward. Thank you for that. I also want to take the opportunity again to just say thank you to the cabinet. Each individual on the cabinet, as mentioned, has really spent an enormous amount of time in support of processing, of analyzing, and really trying to deeply understand, as already been mentioned, in such a weighty decision and conversation. And so, again, I want to publicly thank each of them, and we are indeed moving forward together. This is a collective effort, and the plan that has been presented is indeed reflective of that. So thank you again publicly to Cabinet and the team.
Okay, that was all I had, so thank you. Is that good? All right, thank you. So we hope that we just get to move forward, and that's that. So, all right. Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda, which just contains the personnel report. There are some, personnel at this time of year. There's a lot of hirings as the school year gets underway. So, I guess I would just ask for a motion of the consent agenda.
I move that the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda items. A, personnel report.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Mrs. Troutman. Could you please call the vote?
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent, motion passes. All right, next is the agenda action items. Item A is approval of interim associate superintendent. Dr. Campbell, could you give a little bit of background to this, please?
Yes, since my arrival, not only effective July 1st, which now seems a couple of months at play. Just saying. I am so appreciative to my board team for allowing there to be transitional days, as well as working very closely and collaboratively with the interim superintendent, Dr. Yankee. Since that time, I have engaged in listening tours with all of our stakeholders across our district, cabinet, as well as director interviews, principal interviews, school visits across all school sites as recommended by the team, but specifically by Mr. Collins, and a thorough review of our stakeholder engagement data. And in that, several trends emerged in this process. And with that, there continue to present opportunities for, as a district team, to build structures and roles that are focused on supporting schools and cultivating a culture of collaboration and alignment in service to our students. So tonight, I am pleased to propose a model to the Board of Education with attention to continuously improve our learning communities, with a new role on our team as interim associate superintendent. As an interim position, this role may be adapted. That's a common theme that we are speaking to tonight, in time with initial key responsibilities focused on supporting and the coordination across all of our departments, including learning and innovation, as well as student services, technology, and across our EC through transition continuum. I have asked our current Assistant Superintendent of Innovation and Systems Management, Dr. Grins, to serve in this capacity as the interim Associate Superintendent. Currently, in his 3rd year with District 205, Dr. Grins has supported our district in several areas that include, but not limited, to leading our instructional technology efforts, increasing our STEM opportunities, planning for our first district-wide approach to a multi-tiered system of support for our students, facilitating our technology committee, and engaging our broader community with involvement in several key organizations. In support of D205, from the foundation to the collaboration with the Elmhurst University. I look forward and appreciate him stepping up and accepting the role of interim associate superintendent and serving in this role. And I'm pleased to present this opportunity not only to Dr. Grins this evening, but to my board team.
All right, could I have a motion and then?
I move that the Board of Education approve the interim associate superintendent agreement as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, any comments or questions, discussion? Karen?
Sure. Keisha, I commend you for, listening to everyone and looking at the organization and stepping forward. So, a lot of times people say they're going to take the first year just to listen, and I don't want to minimize that because it serves us well. But I also like your courage to, start the process and move forward together. Scott, you have accepted everything that we've asked you to do. It's amazing that it's been 3 years that you've been here. And this is a weighty task for you. This is a big responsibility. A lot of, areas for improvement, as well as successes. And, with that, based on the approval, whatever, but, good luck to you, and thank you for what you've contributed to District 205. I know that even through the COVID piece, you've come to the job with your own experience, with your own children, and what we need, and you vocalize that, which has been invaluable, I think, because it all, it's you clearly had to bring two perspectives together, sometimes, competing. And that's the balance we always have to do. It's not, our decisions aren't always easy. Not just, I'm sorry, I'm looking here, but, your decisions aren't always easy, and you have to look at them from a lot of different perspectives. And so, for that, I thank you.
Beth?
Well, I'm sure, Scott, that your 3 years have seemed like 10 because they've been not been an easy 3 years that we've had to work through. But we're happy to have you, and thank you for stepping into this role, and look forward to the changes that are the, just new things that your enhancements, that you are implementing, and just appreciate it. Thank you. Good luck.
Jim?
Dr. Campbell, when you showed me your proposed org chart a few weeks ago, I thought, that's smart. It frees you up to do what you need to do in this district. And I've gotten to know Dr. Grins pretty well over the last 3 years. And although he has my head spinning, I think, is this your 5th title in 3 years? But, the point is that he's stepped up to do everything we've asked him to do. And I truly think you picked the right person for the job.
I really just have to say thank you. I know we've all said it, but you really have stepped in to a lot of different roles. I feel like you're always juggling a lot of different things, and you've gotten it done. So thank you for that. And it's important that you can develop and continue, and we're glad that you're staying and working. So, all right. Anything else? All right, you can call the vote.
All right. Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes, and congratulations.
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
and Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent. Motion passes. Congratulations. All right, next item on the agenda is the 2021-2022 Return to School Plan Approval Resolution. We already heard the plan and we already discussed. This resolution just authorizes the superintendent to implement the plan. And, if you will notice, it also, is that while implementing, as changes need to be made, or if they need to be made, that will be made in collaboration with the Board of Education. So do you have anything to add to that? Okay, so I'll just ask for a motion.
I move that the Board of Education approve the 2021-2022 Return to School Plan Resolution as presented.
Second?
Any questions or discussions? I think we did that. Okay, so motion by Chris, second by Courtney. Sorry.
That's okay.
Sleeping.
I'm just
All right.
Habits?
Yeah. You can call the vote.
Mr. Kaczynski,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
and Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right, we have 2 upcoming Board of Education meetings. I want to note that there was a meeting originally scheduled for August 10th, August 10th, and we did this special meeting, and we are canceling that meeting, and the reality is we may have to have another special meeting, as much as I know everyone loves to hear that. So we are canceling officially the August 10th meeting. So our next regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting will be on August 24th, 2021, here at District 205 Center at 7 o'clock. And the next one after that is September 7th, 2021, here at District 205 Center at 7 o'clock. This is the end of the meeting. And if there's nothing else, then I will call the meeting adjourned. All right. Thank you, everybody.